First of all, as the organizing committee, I would like to thank you for joining us today. We believe that we will have very auspicious outcomes of this program here today. The former President of Religious Affairs and the head of the Islam Institute will be making a speech titled Rethinking the Role of Scholars in the Islamic World, Islamic Communities.
Safları sık ve düzgün tutalım.
İstesek de bulamıyoruz.
Efendim?
İstesek de bulamıyoruz.
Vallahi safları sık ve düzgün tutalım lütfen. Boş yerler var ama. Yani misafirlere ve hanımefendilere öncelik tanıyalım. Biz gençken merdivenlere de otur.
When we were young, we would like to sit on the stairs when no seats were available. We can also have some people over here. Yes, these seats are available. For example, the international guests standing over there, they can sit here. Maybe the opening remarks should be it should be at the end of the program. The protocol speeches and the opening speeches should actually be at the end of the day.
Lütfen, lütfen. Şunu da alın. Evet ama yerleri boş. Yerleri boş. Evet. Tamam. Ha. Güzel. Evet. Bu aksaçlı abilerimizi oraya alalım. Bak onu aksaçlı abilerimizi alalım. Efendim? Evet. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Seyyidina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve ashabihi ecmain. Değerli kardeşlerim,
Distinguished brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, as I start my remarks, I would like to welcome you with you. May Allah's greetings and mercy be on you, and may you have an auspicious Friday. I hope that our meeting will become a big prayer of salvation, and may it be an opportunity for the salvation of our brothers and sisters in Gaza. May the happiness of our brothers and sisters in Syria be forever, and may it be an opportunity for them to walk in the right path. I would like to thank the President and the board members of Cihan Numa Association for organizing this event and for inviting me. The title that was assigned to me is Rethinking the Role of Ulama in the Islamic Communities. Today in the Islamic world, to rethink the role of ulama, we first need to understand the Islamic sciences from which the title of the ulama originates. And we also need to think what that way of thinking says about this age, because both questions are quite related to the question of what the Muslims of this age want. To give the right answer to this question, we need to clearly express what we mean by the word today. So today, in quotes, does it mean the global world, modernity, the Islamic world, the world of science? First of all, I would like to say that by the word today, I'm not referring to the modernity or the modern times. According to Sunnatullah, I refer to the change that is taking place, the changing humans, the changing societies, the changing time, the changing space, and the changing issues. The age that we are in, and it is the response that we give to the challenges of this time. By today, I do not mean an understanding of the age, but the understanding that we equip ourselves with according to the challenges of the time. Recently, the situation of the ulama is quite similar to the situation of Ashab al-Kahf in the Quran, because I see myself as their student. As you know, Ashab al-Kahf was a group of young people, and for 309 years they slept in a cave, and when they woke up they felt hungry before anything else. They sent one of them to the city to buy food with some silver coins. But when that person went to the city center, everything has changed, and the money was not recognized by anyone. To the contrary, everyone took away his money and asked him where he came from and where he found the money. At the end, the young man could not buy anything with that money and went back to the cave to his friends. And today, those who dedicate their lives to Islamic life with their studies, with their books, the ulama, when they go to the world markets, they cannot get what they want. They cannot respond to the questions of the time. At this point, it would be the right thing to ask this question. The fact that Ashab al-Kahf's money did not worth anything at the market, was that because that money went out of circulation, or was it because the people of that city did not see the value of that money, although it was a very valuable type of money. In other words, has the ulama became incapable of answering the questions of the time, or although being very wise, has the understanding of the time failed to understand the worth of these scholars? To rethink the role of ulama in the Islamic communities, we need to reflect on these questions. The question, who is a scholar or who are the ulama, has been discussed throughout the history. The most important factor is the concept of ilm, alim, and alem, which all originate from the same word. As our ideation of science expanded, our understanding of alim was expanded, and as our understanding of science was narrowed, our description of a scientist has narrowed as well. And the science has been reduced to the concept of natural and social sciences, and that has brought the most important narrowing in the meaning of science. For some time, only those who were familiar with fiqh were referred to as scholars. And at other times, only those who were familiar with ijtihad were referred to as ulama. Sometimes, on the basis of the procedures and methodologies of accessing knowledge, a definition of ulama or alim was offered. So they used it to refer to those who were familiar, who had the knowledge. And at times, due to scientific concerns, the definition of alim was narrowed down, and different types of definitions of alim emerged due to the presence of tekke and other institutions. So as the institutions where the alims studied sciences, their names and titles changed as well. The conflict between madrasa and tekke in the history and the dilemma of madrasa and university in modern times have changed the description of alim. Those who define themselves as alim, allame, the members of the madrasa, sometimes saw the followers of tekke as ignorant, and sometimes the members of tekke saw the members of madrasa as the ehli fisher or lubbe, or someone who has lost essence, who is only who is only knowledgeable. However, insan ihlas, irfan, and morals are the basis of tasawwur, but it's moving away from science has transformed tekkes into associations, and very recently into the digital figures and scenes of social media, and it makes them unable to offer a criticism in this area. In modern madrasa, in universities, the academics blame the ulama as being obsessed with the traditions, and sometimes they insulted them by calling them mullah. But the madrasa members blamed the academics as with violating the principles of Islam or thinning down religion or modernizing religion. And both groups attempted to undermine each other. In the subcontinent of India, where the conflict between religions has turned into a serious conflict, creates a potential of tension between these groups. So I'm trying to make a comparison. Because if we want to have a more comprehensive session on rethinking the role of ulama, we need to look at different traditions in Islam. The subcontinent of India is an important territory. They have the madrasa and the scholars of madrasa in the classical sense. And on the other side, they also have conflicts between the mektab, the schools, and the madrasas. Although it is interrupted at times, although the system has been changed very frequently, Egypt has to be highlighted as an important example because it has trained many scholars throughout the years. And Hayati Kibal tradition has we also have to highlight the Hayati Kibal tradition in the Gulf countries. And in Malaysia, we have a very valuable tradition. And we also need to highlight the fight between the Shia and the other sects in Islam. So I am just trying to offer an overall evaluation of the situation. As our scientific world become more fragmented, as the ulama lost their roles, as the scientific institutions diversified, and as the modern understanding of science developed, as westernization became more prominent, the alim and ulama became concepts that only reminded us of the past, and the madrasa, which lost its scientific power and its legal status. I'm talking about the madrasa in Turkey. It has become a nostalgic concept. Instead, intellectual, munawar, enlightened academics, scientists, and other similar names and wordings came into use. To rethink the role of ulama in the Islamic world, the people who have these new titles, like intellectuals, enlightened people, scientists, theologians, academics, and other groups, and their functions should be compared with the past roles of the ulama in history. In ancient times, alim was not a person who had the knowledge. He has an overall understanding of knowledge. As Ghazali said, positive sciences are like food, and spiritual sciences are like drugs. So we need to take them together. So, in other words, the scholars of the ancient times were both intellectuals and enlightened, and they were thinkers. However, the intellectuals of this time are not this kind of people, and they are afraid of using the title of alim, scholar. Very recently we had the Hadith meeting in Trabzon. The title of my presentation was, "What do the Hadith scholars say about today?" Some colleagues said, would it be better if you call them the Hadith researchers? So the word alim, scholar, should not be used out of humility. But the intellectuality of Edward Said, or the enlightened man of Said, has not replaced the word alim. Edward Said, as you know, suggested the concept of intellectual in one of his books. And he said to call someone an intellectual, he listed the moral principles that person should have. I think what he meant to say was, you have to be an intellectual, you have to be a leftist to be an intellectual. Since they were supporting the movements of westernization, they did not resonate with the society, and sometimes even overlooked by the society with the word intellectuals, or entel in Turkish. And Ali Shariati, in response to this, offered a definition of Muslim intellectual, but both concepts failed to reflect the position of the scholars, alims, had in history, because an alim is a leading person who turns his knowledge into good practice. So an alim does not only have the knowledge. In Quran, Allah describes them as his witness with the angels, and Rasulullah in his hadith sees the scholars as his heir and all prophets' heirs. So this is the type of alim that we need to have. But I need to say that this heritage given to scholars does not give them religious sacredness or authority to the scholars, or it does not make them a member of the clergyman, as it is the case in the church, and it doesn't make them a clergyman, because everyone is a member of the clergyman in Islam. This concept says that they have some scientific responsibilities and religious responsibilities. And you would appreciate that it may not be possible for one person to have all of these qualities, but the ulama in Islam should have all of these characteristics today. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, the most important factor that defined the position of scholars was their knowledge in politics. The relationship between ulama and the politicians resulted in tensions throughout history. In the Quran, there was a struggle between the politicians and the alims, and the alims were always on the losing side in the struggle. And this loss was sometimes due to the pressure coming from the politicians, or sometimes out of being too close with politicians. Kuvvet-i Suzan, Ateş-i Suzan is a word that the whole world is, the whole scholars are using. Being close to the Sultan is like standing close to the fire. In ancient times, the alims to protect the law and people from the rule of the sultans, struggled very hard to avoid submitting to the rule. For example, many scholars were tortured. Even during the Abbasid, the governors sometimes could not even go out on the streets just because of that. And in these two areas which the alims wanted to save from the Sultan's hegemony were science and social sciences. To protect the law, they did not concede from the autonomy of the madrasa and the scientific institutions, and to protect social justice, they defended the independence of social domain from the political domain.
Otoritenin yan yana yürümesi
Throughout history, having the Sharia and the one ruler to walk together with a cruel sultan, to go between the cruel sultan and the butchers have been very difficult. So the Islamic scholars have to lead with their knowledge, because they need to have both of the qualities and preserve those traditions. There have been two books written in near times. Both of them are called Al-Risali, one by Imam Shafi's Al-Risala and the other one by Ibn al-Muqaffa. The relationship between the two of them is very interesting. The other one is Al-Risalatul Ashab, which means Imam Shafi's Al-Risala means it talks about the authority, and it takes the authority from the rulers, and it doesn't even give them to the scholars, but to a tradition where the scholars have agreed on. Ibn Muqaffa comes from Iran, and according to him the authority should be under the control of the Sultan. So the Sultan goes to Medina to Imam Malik and tells him that this book should be a law, a constitution, and it should be sent to the emsirs, but Imam Malik never accepts this. There are a lot of things that we can learn from those periods. Distinguished friends, dear friends, when we rethink the role of ulema in the Islamic world, we need to learn about three eras of Islamic world and the place the ulema occupies in the Islamic world. We need to read this correctly. In the first, the classical period where the sciences are founded, and the second one is the stability, the development period, and the third period is the research period, the modern times, where we are seeking something. In both these periods, what did Islamic scholars tell to their communities? How did they carry continuity? These questions are important to answer to understand our modern times. In the foundation of Islamic world, there were four positions those as scholars occupied: Mevcudiye, Makuliye, and Masukiye. And they were in a fight of existence. So Mevcudiyet, existence, was the first position, and the relationship between continuity and change was built with these with these sciences, with fiqh and tasawwuf, with ethical and positive sciences, with kalam, with philosophy. They put out their reason and their consistency with their translations from other countries, they enriched it with their knowledge, systems. They also made sure that the authenticity was proven. That was how those scholars carried the Mesukiyet, Meshuriye, Makuliye, and Mesukiyet. These four roles, and these four roles should be taken seriously again, so that we can rethink the Islamic world. 5th and 6th centuries have a different dimension in terms of its political sciences, and there have been many different divides in Islamic world. In Baghdad, in Andalusia, in Egypt, there have been different halifas claiming themselves to be the one, and there have been internal wars as well as mall occupations, and there have been also been crusades. And in that period, many scholars thought that improving these knowledges would ensure continuity for Islamic world, while others thought that what the older generations have put out was enough, and they have stopped the independent judicial reasoning, and they have decided that building a new rota in terms of reason would be better, and a holistic, instead of a holistic Islamic thought, there have been other positive sciences and other sciences that have corrupted that tradition. There have been new limits between mind and reason, and with fiqh and different sects, there have been different ways of thinking, with positive sciences and spiritual sciences, which created an imbalance, and many scholars that lived in those times thought that Islamic sciences were not capable of answering their needs. Ghazali says in his Muqaddimah that the knowledge has died, the ilm has died, fiqh, hikmet, ziya, nur, hidayat, and rushd. These things where Allah defines in His book, they have been forgotten among people and they have been lost. That's what he has said. Ibn Khaldun has said in his Muqaddimah that Beshari Umran, or humanly Umran, has lost its foundation goal, and there has been a disruption. So Nas, which is a founding document, and the relationship between mind and has been changed, and the founding Wahi has changed, and Maqsad and Ma'ani has also been left out. I want to give another example from our Ottoman Empire. You have the name Cihannuma from Katip Çelebi's book. Katip Çelebi noticed this. He also sees the internal conflicts in Istanbul with the ulema, and remember the name of the book? Do you Mizanul Haq fi Diyarul Haq? With that book, in the entry in Muqaddimah, he says this spiritual and positive sciences balance, and how this balance has been changed. And in another works, he also, Katip Çelebi also mentions that in these lands, in his period, maybe in his period, the alims wouldn't call Katip Çelebi an alim. Maybe he would be called an intellectual alim. In our history, we may call him that, maybe. when we look at the modern times, after the 18th century, there have been a lot of changes, fights in terms of thought. If we could carry the information of Tanzimat scholars, if we could continue that, the things would be different. If in the subcontinent, with the Levi's movements in Egypt, in different places in the world, if we could reap the benefits of those movements, we would have a development, we would have prosperity, and we would be at a better place. In this time, in this status of modern times, what would Islamic scholars tell us? There are 4 methodological approaches in modern times. There have been 4 different approaches to this crisis. So there are 4 different intervention styles. Not only the 4 interventions, but 4 different style of thinking. So basically, we should bring these 4 divisions together. In Tirmizi, I had a conference, and the title was "How do you make peace among 2 different Tirmizi?" One is Ebu Heysa Tirmizi and one is Hakil Tirmizi. How do you make peace among these 2 people? Both of them have their books. One is Kitabul Eylar, one is Ispatul Eylar. One talks about hadith science, and the other one talks about ahkam. And he is exiled to Balkh in Afghanistan, and what we need to do in Islamic world is to bring these divisions together, bring and enlighten the scholars, the academicians, the intellectuals. We should remove all these separations. First one is the conservative, traditional, classical approach. It says everything necessary to meet the needs of the time is included in the Islamic traditions. The only thing wrong is that the Ummah has been corrupted, so the role of Muslims is to understand the text, the classical text. This mainstream thought doesn't even accept its own new approaches that are included in the tradition itself. So it freezes every tradition in a conservative way. It tries to preserve Islam. And the second approach is too traditional approach, that is Salafi, which focuses on in the first 3 centuries of approach. It focuses on return to Quran and Sunnah, to the substance, to the core. So the first generation's practices, they are seen as ideal, and they have this misunderstanding of following these people, which is called Salafi, and they look at hadith to continue Islamic sciences. And the third approach is the scientific method that stays within the fundamentals of Islam. They have 1,400 years of fundamentals. They are working to have a better developed approach, and they try to rebuild the connection with the founding people, and they try to reform and revive this way of thinking. This principle, fundamental approach is to be revived to ensure continuity. Fourth one is non-fundamentalist approaches. They try to stay within they think that it's impossible to stay within the tradition and within the principles. They think that there should be new principles, new fundamentals, and new traditions. These people think that sometimes, just like in the second category, they remove the 14th century and they have suggestions that have never been seen before. Those people who try to fix the crisis have become a cause for crisis themselves. These people turned these scientific thoughts into theological discussions. They have their non-mature thoughts. They have suggested them, making them even further with the first and the second approach, and I will be ending my remarks shortly. I should also mention that in modern times, the Islamic scholars have a completely different relation to Islamic sciences. They, instead of trying to solve those problems of ethics, morals, or humanity, they instead are trying to oppose these ideas. They think that the numbers of madrasas is going to answer those challenges. The more hadith, the more tafsir we read, we are going to answer these challenges. That's what they think. And with that approach, there are a number of Islamic institutions of modern times which have never been seen before. So the number of people who are learning and studying tafsir, the number of them is more than any before combined. In fiqh, kalam, tasawwur, in all of these scientific Islamic sciences, the number of people who have been studying them have a misunderstanding of increasing their numbers, and I would like to conclude my remarks by telling you that fatwa has taken the place of ijtihad in modern times. There are thousands of discussions that require ijtihad, and modern alims, instead of coming together, they go to the fatwa institution with founding people. They have unruly relations, and they have fatwas that object all the traditional fatwas, or they update the fatwas of the past. In the last decades, there have been many things that ruined the authority of Islamic scholars. Fatwa is the reason for that, because anyone who is seeking a fatwa can find a mufti. Even there have been people called mufti in cities, and there have been muftis that legitimize what rulers do in any city. So yesterday in Halep, a mufti was exiled. So alims have made huge mistakes and have given fatwas that are hard to understand by younger generations, and they have made serious political mistakes. Koca Esher, Arabic nationalism and socialism, has been studied by this man, and then Nasr approach and socialism have been discussed, and there have been conferences to discuss these things, meetings, books have been written, articles have been written on these topics. And what should we do today? Before anything else, we should stay a bit within the principles of Islam, within the fundamentals of Islam, and we should focus on Khalidiyat, Khatimiyat, Alamiyat, these features of Islam, and we should make sure that alims are constantly rejuvenated, revived, or not only with the knowledge but with their souls, with their hearts. They should be revived, they should be updated. When we talk about fundamental principles, what do we mean? Mr. Ömer mentioned them, Ömer Hoca mentioned them. It's not only itikat or Islam, it's not just Islamic principles, not only the limits of Islam, not fiqh either. With tasawwuf, with morals, with all these different notions coming together, that's the methodology that I'm talking about, with the local one and the global one, with bringing universal together with the spiritual and science, with human and the world, human and the afterlife, with all these different dichotomies, bringing them together to understand them correctly. This is a huge, encompassing, comprehensive fundamental that I'm mentioning. So I would like to end what I mean with a metaphor. Let's say you have a factory that has that manufactures satin fabrics, thousands of square meters of fabric, and every thousands of square meters you have spots or holes within that fabric with such a factory. So either you need to buy a lot of seamstresses or tailors to fix all of these holes, which doesn't make sense. It's going to be a waste of human power. Or you need to check the factory's hardware or the operation system to see the reason for these holes. That's the reasonable thing, and to see the reasons for those holes to manufacture perfect fabrics. Just like that, in our religious life, there have been many misunderstandings, many incorrect fatwas, many faulty hukums or jurisdictions, and there are two ways to fix them. Either we need to fix every misleading fatwas, or we need to fix the fundamentals, the operation system of Islam itself, to build a new way of thinking, understanding, and interpreting. Thank you for listening to me very patiently. Thank you.
Evet, kıymetli misafirler, hocamızı sahnede...
Yes, distinguished guests, we kindly ask our professor to stay on the stage for a little while. We would like to first thank him for his valuable speech and to deliver his plaque to the professor. I would like to invite to the floor the head of our association, Professor Ibrahim Akça. Distinguished guests, our program on this floor will continue, but we are delayed by 10 minutes. After a 10-minute break, the program will continue on this floor. I entrust you with Allah.
Hocam bir fotoğraf alabilir miyiz Mehmet Hocam?
Department of Comparative Religion. In 2004, he moved to Qatar University, where he was Associate Dean for Academic Affairs. He was instrumental in the complete restructuring of the Islamic Studies program. He has to his credit a number of books and scores of research articles in Arabic and English, some of which have been translated to Chinese and Turkish. Our second speaker will be Professor Nejmuddin Kızılkaya. He's the Associate Professor of Islamic Law and Economics at the Faculty of Divinity at Istanbul University. He is Director of the Center for Islamic Economics and Finance at Istanbul University. He earned his BA in Islamic Studies from Marmara University and his MA in Islamic Law from Marmara as well. He received his PhD in Islamic Law from Selçuk University at the Institute of Social Sciences in 2011. He has had research fellowships at Princeton, at Columbia, and Cambridge, and his research interests relate to Islamic studies, especially Islamic law and economics. The third speaker will be Sheikh Dr. Saeed Foda. He's one of the world's leading scholars of Kalam and one of the most well-known proponents of Ilm al-Kalam and the revival of Ilm al-Kalam in the modern period. He has dozens of books in Ilm al-Kalam, commentaries, original works, and he is the current head of Al-Aslain for research and publications. Their main headquarters is in Jordan, and more recently they opened a second branch in Malaysia, where the Sheikh currently resides and engages in research and teaching activities. He also has a honorary fellowship at the USIM, the University of the Islamic Sciences in Malaysia. So, without further ado, we will begin with the talk by Professor Dean Muhammad, entitled The Islamic Worldview Between Continuity and Change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Can you hear me?
We can hear you,
Can
but
you hear
the
me?
screen, for some reason, okay, now we see you. Yeah, very large.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashraf al-mursaleen. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'een. Allahumma rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbi zidni ilma. Allahumma allimna ma yanfa'una wa anfa'na bima 'allamtana wa zidna ilma. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this Istanbul forum, especially on a topic which is very dear to my heart, that is Islamic worldview between continuity and change. In fact, when I think of Islamic worldview, I always remember the late Shaykhul Islam Mustafa Sabri, whom I held at very high esteem, and is the one who fought for the Islamic worldview in the midst of modernistic onslaughts and the onslaughts of secularization process throughout the Muslim world. And I have to tell you here, his mawqif al-aql will always remain the grammar of serious original Islamic thinking in our world. So coming back to this topic, Islamic worldview between continuity and change, we have to admit that there are so many experimental or empirical facts connected to this topic. And I also feel that there are confusion too in understanding the relationship between these facts and the worldview that should be governing The empirical facts are that, first of all, there are changes. Behavioral patterns, social traits, norms, values, new social structures, all these are realities representing change in all our societies, and we all witness to that. And there are many reasons affecting these changes and influencing them. Discoveries, scientific developments, inventions, globalization, developments, all these are facts undeniable and constitute challenge to all societies and or especially Muslim societies. Societies have to come to act in appropriate ways, and the successful societies are those who interact with this development according to their worldview. In today's world, there are many theories about continuity, about changes. They talk about societies in different ways. Decline theory, progress, and so many others. When we are talking about societies, we use all these categories and try to place each society somewhere there. In the midst of emerging theories, the question is how to deal with the issue of continuity and how to do it Islamically. That is the basic question, not according to others. Modern world, in fact, see continuity as a sign of backwardness. Modern world has many, I am sorry to say, many nonsensical notions. This is one of them. The question people are busy asking. Can Islam change, accept change? Can Muslims change? Are these Muslims are capable of changing themselves? All these questions are coming from or being asked in the light of the modernistic, secularistic, materialistic point of view. And questions placed wrongly sometimes. And that is why it is better for us to take some notes about this age in which we are living. And as we know, or as I want to tell, or as I am convinced that this world or this age in which we are living in is an age of corruption. Intellectual corruption, moral corruption, spiritual corruption, not only environmental corruption. But the modern world is more concerned about physical environment, not the spiritual environment, moral environment, or the intellectual environment. Added to this, we have a comprehensive corruption of everything through the process of secularization. According to the contemporary British philosopher, Jonathan Sacks, the West of the 17th century started the secularization process by secularizing knowledge. And then in the 18th century, secularization of power. And then in the 19th century, secularization of culture. And then in the 20th century, by secularizing morality. And it continues. It must be said that the secularization of morality, in fact, or resecularizing morality began with Kant, the famous German philosopher of 18th century. When I was a student of philosophy at Al-Azhar University, my professor who taught me philosophy, modern philosophy, was very appreciative of Kant's following statement, in which Kant says, two things fill the mind with ever new and increasing wonder and reverence. The more often and more steadily one reflects on them, the starry heavens above me and the moral law within me. This is the words of Kant. I think when he said the moral law within me, the resecularization and secularization of morality began seriously. The result of this secularization and all these corruptions which I enumerated led to a form of decline of knowledge, as Professor Joseph Lombard would call it. Decline of knowledge and the rising of fundamentalism. This is a paper he published in his very important book, a must-read book, Islam, Fundamentalism, and the Betrayal of Tradition, edited by him. The problem with us today, when we are discussing the relationship between worldview and the idea of continuity and change, that we have a dominant culture with us, a dominant civilization, that is the Western civilization. Dominant culture is usually attractive to everyone. It is taken for granted. It doesn't have to prove itself. Whatever they say, taken for granted. It is enough that an American scholar or a British scholar or a German scholar is saying, so we have to accept. And it is its assumptions are always held to be absolute truths. That is our weakness. People are always, we find them attracted to it. And they like to be part of it. They like to imitate it. They compete in that process. In this situation, how do we respond to this climate? How do we decide or discuss the issue of continuity and change and its relation to Islamic worldview? We know from the Quran, إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. God doesn't change a condition of a people until they change what is in themselves. So the idea here is that continuity, as I understand it, from what I heard for the first time from the Malaysian philosopher, Professor Sayyid Muhammad Naqib al-Attas, the original continuity is the origin. That is the norm. And the change is accidental. So the dominant culture think otherwise. And on the basis of that, they started talking about accommodative spirit, reform movements, renewal, conservatism, extremism, decline theory, development, progress, and also all sorts of things. We don't deny that change is natural, but we believe that it is accidental. We believe that continuity is also neutral, natural, but also we believe that this is the norm. And continuity or change should be always looked at from the point of view of the worldview, which should be the criteria. Change can occur within the system of the society determined by its own worldview. So what is a worldview? That is the natural question. Sometimes because of the relativistic spirit we have today in the world, and the concept of relativism, which is penetrating everywhere and every place, and every educational system also, and all types of discourses. When we ask what is a worldview, they will say immediately, there is no one answer to this question. And this is something alien to Islam. Islam doesn't know these things. Islam is a religion where the sanctity of and the knowledge and the faith in permanence and certitude is always inbuilt in Islamic epistemology. That is what we learn from the first line of Al-Aqaid al-Nasafiyya, when he says, حقائق الأشياء ثابتة والعلم بها متحقق خلافا للسفسطائية. This is one of the foundational principles in Islamic epistemology. People coming from this background cannot accommodate whatever coming from the dominant culture, anything that is built on cultural relativism, not cultural relativism, moral relativism or epistemological relativism, and so on and so forth. Because these type of things that people have, everyone has different understanding and different definition for this concept or that concept. It comes from the spirit of individualism, skepticism. That is why, for Muslim, it should be very clear from the very outset that worldview is a given. It is not there for to change. That will be changing other things. That is there to guide the change in the society. It is revelational, taken from revelation. Muslims, they don't make their own worldview by themselves. They receive it from revelation. That is why their worldview is religious. It's about who am I? What is my purpose in life? What is my destiny? And what is my identity? It is a particular way of seeing things and explaining them. It is the philosophy of life. This is the criteria. And this is my identity. Then it will not change. That is there today, it was there yesterday, and it will be there until the day of judgment. Because that is the criteria. In the light of that, I will look at things. If continuity is an objective or is a positive thing, or change at this moment or that moment is a positive thing, that should be in any case in the light of this worldview. Worldview will not change. That is to change other things. As I said, we receive it. We receive it from God. This is revelation. That is why it cannot be a matter of past. Sometimes the problem is when they see the changes in external life conditions, people come to also think of changing the worldview itself. And they are in the field of Aqidah, in the field of Sharia. We have so many endeavors these days in this regard. That is why we must be very clear. Worldview is not to change. Worldview will not change, and that is there to change other things. Professor, it is not a matter of past. It is there always. Its principles don't change always. They are represented by Aqidah, by faith in knowledge, which reject, as I told before, the epistemological relativism.
Professor
the
Muhammad,
task is, yes, please.
Professor Muhammad.
1 minute. Yes, I'll finish in 1 minute.
Okay.
The task is to liberate Muslim mind from the influence of modernistic, materialistic thinking and get back to the basics. activate La ilaha illallah, because when you say La ilaha illallah, the moment you say that, you are declaring that you are not a secularist, you are not a materialist, you are not an skeptic, you are not a sophist. So we will be, when we say La ilaha illallah, Muhammadun Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, we are adhering completely and submitting to the prophetic guidance, ethical dimension of everything, especially knowledge. So what we have to do is to activate or revive these things in our life and in our systems. The obstacle I see lie in one thing only. That is my final remark. That is what Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has mentioned in one of the famous hadiths as al-wahan. Why we can't be ourselves? Why we can't keep our identity? Why we can't say no to anything modernistic or secularistic? Why? The answer is in what Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says. He says, يوشك الأمم أن تداعى عليكم كما تداعى الأكلة إلى قصعتها. فقال قائل: ومن قلة نحن يومئذ يا رسول الله؟ قال: بل أنتم يومئذ كثير ولكنكم غثاء كغثاء السيل ولينزعن الله من صدور أعدوكم المهابة منكم وليقذفن الله في قلوبكم الوهن. فقال قائل: يا رسول الله وما الوهن؟ قال: حب الدنيا وكراهية الموت. A time will soon come, Prophet says, when the nations will gather against you, just as diners gather around their dish. A person asked, will this be because we will be few in number on that day? The Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam replied, on the contrary, on that day you will be numerous, but you will be like the scum of a flood. Allah will remove the fear of you from the hearts of your enemies and will cast wahn into your hearts. Someone asked, O Messenger of Allah, what is wahn? He replied, love of the world and the dislike of death. If we are able to overcome this obstacle, we can fulfill the task, and then we will be able to decide what is good, what is not good for us as Muslims, and our worldview will remain intact. How to do that? How to relate our worldview to the changing situation? In which way? What is that Islamic way? We can decide that when we overcome this obstacle. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad, for your talk. Because we started a little bit late and we only have 15 minutes scheduled for each speaker, with an additional 5 minutes for questions, and we're running short on time, we're just going to move directly to the next speaker. So I will ask Sheikh Dr. Saeed Foda to give his talk now. Yes. Yeah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أنا سعيد جدا بلقائكم. موضوعي الذي سأتكلم فيه يدور حول مفهوم الدوام والاستمرارية في العلوم الإسلامية. يعني جزء من هذا الموضوع تكلم عنه المحاضر السابق، وهو Continuity of Religious Sciences. سأحاول معالجة هذا الأمر وبيانه عن طريق تحليل مفهوم الدوام وما يتبع الدوام من الحضور، وشرط الدوام، الشروط العقلية للدوام والشروط الواقعية للدوام، مع ضرب الأمثلة على كل شرط أو سبب عن طريق ضرب أمثلة إما بمسائل أو بعلوم. وتيسيرا للأمر سأحاول تخصيص الأمثلة بما يتعلق بعلم الكلام، لأنه لا نستطيع أن نضرب أو أن نوضح أمثلة أكثر من ذلك. مفهوم الدوام هو بعبارة موجزة، بعبارة بسيطة، هو الوجود في الزمان الثاني، استمرار وجود الشيء الذي كان في الزمان الماضي في الزمان الثاني، نفس الماهية، نفس الحقيقة أن تستمر بحضورها في الزمان الثاني. طبعا هذا مبني على تصور معين للزمان كما سنكتشف، لأن الزمان في هذه الحالة ليس مؤسسا لجوهر الموضوع، بل يكون الزمان هو أمرا عرضيا لموضوع العلم أو لحقيقة هذا العلم. تقريبا لمفهوم الدوام أو التواصل في الوجود للعلوم، تقريبا نحاول أن نضرب مثال عن طريق الاقترانات، الفانكشنز في الماثماتكس، الاقترانات في الرياضيات. أي اقتران يسمى متصلا أو دائما إذا كان شرط الاقتران أن يكون عنده قدرة على إيجاد نتائج قابلة للتفسير في المجال الذي يعمل فيه. يعني هناك في اقتران في منظومة معينة، في هناك مجال لعمل هذا الاقتران، في قدرة لهذا الاقتران الفانكشن هذا لإنتاج نتائج مفهومة عن طريق هذه الداتا التي تدخل فيه. أي علم من العلوم نستطيع أن ننظر إليه باعتباره دالة أو اقتران أو فانكشن معين. العلوم الإسلامية بهذه النظرة، إذا استطعنا أن ننظر فيها بهذه النظرة، هل هي قابلة للوجود في هذا الزمان بناء على أن هناك معطيات، في هناك مجال معين تعمل فيه هذه العلوم الإسلامية. مثلا علم الكلام يبحث في محاولة اكتشاف وتصوير الحقائق الكلية للوجود، مثل هل الله سبحانه وتعالى موجود؟ هل هذا العالم حادث أم لا؟ هل الرسالة والنبوة حقيقية أم عبارة عن وهم من الأوهام؟ هل نستطيع أن نثبت عقليا وجود الله سبحانه وتعالى؟ هذه هي موضوعات التي يتكلم فيها علم الكلام. إذن هذه هي الداتا الأساسية، المدخلات التي نحن ندخلها في العلوم الإسلامية مثل علم الكلام لنبحث لها عن نتائج اللي هي الأنسرز، الأجوبة. إذا كان العلم الإسلامي أو العلوم الإسلامية عندها قدرة على معالجة مثل هذه التساؤلات وإعطاء حلول أو أجوبة، هناك معياران لهذه الحلول والأجوبة. المعيار الأول هو معيار علمي. المعيار العلمي أقصد به هو قدرة هذه العلوم على الكشف عن الواقع، وهو الأصل في مفهوم العلم. العلم هو أصلا وضع ويعتبر ويعتمد، سواء كان العلم يلاحظ فيه فرد من أفراد العلم، يعني أن تعلم شيئا، أو ينظر فيه باعتباره منظومة علمية. يعني مثلا علم الكلام، علم التفسير، علم الفيزياء، علم الرياضيات، هذه عبارة عن منظومات علمية. وأنتم تعلمون أن المنظومات العلمية عبارة عن مسائل في الحقيقة، كما قال العلماء: مسائل تجمعها جهة وحدة. هذه الوحدة هي أمر اعتباري تؤلف بين هذه المسائل عن طريق الموضوع أو عن طريق الغاية. إذن هذه العلوم الإسلامية، السؤال في الحقيقة يكون كالتالي: أنه إذا طرحنا هذه التساؤلات على العلوم الإسلامية بما تشتمل عليه من إمكانيات وقواعد وآليات وأحكام مبدئية لا يمكن التنازل عنها، هل هناك قدرة للعلوم الإسلامية على إعطاء أجوبة قابلة للعمل، يعني قابلة للتعريف؟ يعني في الرياضيات الشيء يكون قابل للتعريف إذا كان عدد أو قابل أن يفسر بعدد، أما إذا كان مثلا 0 divided by 0 أو النتيجة infinity، هذا undefined يعني result، هذا غير قابلة للتعريف. فهو بيصير في هناك نوع من الديسكونتينيوتي للاقتران. هل العلوم الإسلامية الآن فشلت في إعطاء جواب قابل للمعرفة وبناء أعمال عليه، هناك معياران كما قلت لوصف هذه العلوم الإسلامية، وأي علم في الحقيقة يوصف بمعيارين. هناك معياران مهمان جدا. المعيار الأول هو قدرة العلم هذا على الكشف عن الحقيقة. المعيار الثاني قدرة العلم عن دلالة الناس على ما فيه منفعة لهم، إما منفعة دنيوية أو منفعة أخروية. هذا هو التحدي الحقيقي الذي يواجه العلوم الإسلامية. يعني علم الكلام طرأ في قبل حوالي 150 سنة أو 200 سنة. هناك فلسفة نشأت في ألمانيا، فلسفة إيمانويل كانت، كلكم يعرف عنها. هذه الفلسفة خلاصتها هي إنكار إمكانية البرهان على وجود الله. أساس الأديان وخصوصا الدين الإسلامي كما نعرفه، يعني الأديان السماوية عموما وخصوصا الدين الإسلامي، مبني على أن هناك شيء اسمه حق وهناك شيء اسمه باطل، هناك شيء اسمه علم صحيح نعرف عن طريقه أن الله سبحانه وتعالى موجود. فلسفة إيمانويل كانت مآلها، لا نريد أن ندخل بتفصيلات، أبطلت إمكانية العقل المحض على معرفة أي دليل صحيح، أي دليل صحيح غير مبني على تناقض داخلي، أي دليل صحيح يفضي بالإنسان إلى أن يعرف أن هناك إلها. إذن الأساس الذي يبنى عليه الدين الإسلامي باعتبار نظرية إيمانويل كانت هو في الحقيقة صار في هناك انقطاع. يعني دعوى الدين أن الدين عنده قدرة على إثبات وجود الله سبحانه وتعالى، أو أن العقل الإنساني عنده قدرة على إثبات وجود الله، هنا في تحدي جاد وتحدي شرس جدا نتج عن طريق فلسفة إيمانويل كانت وكثير من الفلسفات التي بنيت عليها، الهرمونوطيقة، التعددية الدينية. مآلات فلسفة إيمانويل كانت كثيرة جدا، حتى السفسطة قسم كبير جدا من الإلحاد، السفسطة في الميتافيزيقا، في ما وراء الطبيعة طبعا، هو هذا المجال اللي عادة نتكلم فيه. كثير من الإشكالات التي أدت إلى ظاهرة الإلحاد هي معظمها مبنية على هذه الفلسفة وبنات ومآلات هذه الفلسفة. هنا نوع من التحدي. العلوم الإسلامية هنا وخصوصا علم الكلام واجه مثل هذا التحدي. هل عند علم الكلام أو علم أصول الفقه قدرة على إعادة تحليل مثل هذه الفلسفة وبيان ما هي النقاط التي لم ينجح فيها إيمانويل كانت في تحليله للعقل ككونسبت، يعني قبلية وبعدية إلى آخره، بحيث أنتج في النهاية قصور العقل عن إدراك هذا المجال الذي الدين أصلا يشتغل فيه. إذا سلمنا لفلسفة إيمانويل كانت وكل الفلسفات التي بنيت على فلسفة إيمانويل كانت، وأخص بالذكر التعددية الدينية التي ظهرت على يد الفيلسوف الإنجليزي هو جون هيك في سنة تقريبا 1965، أنتج نظرية تدور حول يعني معيارين أو أساسين مهمين. الأساس الأول هو التسليم بنتائج فلسفة إيمانويل كانت. المعيار الثاني هو أن الحق لا يمكن أن يعرف من النصوص الدينية بناء على الهرمونوطيقة والعجز عن الفهم أو العجز عن الدلالة في والبيان. الآن هل عند العلوم الإسلامية قدرة على إعادة نقد الأساس الفلسفي الذي أسسه إيمانويل كانت أو الأساس الدلالي الذي أسس على الفلسفات الأخرى الهرمونوطيقة والبنيوية وغير ذلك؟ هذا نوع من التحدي. أعتقد أنه هذا يعني يبعث فينا يعني حماس وجدية لإعادة استدعاء كثير من المقولات والنظريات التي أدلى بها وحققها المتكلمون في عمق هذه المباحث. نرى وأنا ضربت أمثلة كثيرة جدا على كثير من الآراء الكلامية الذين ناقشوا فيها مثلا آراء المهندسين والسمنية الذين في الحقيقة مذهبهم هو مطابق تماما على الأقل في النتائج، لا من حيث طريقة الاستدلال، لفلسفة إيمانويل كانت. كثير من الناس الآن اعتمادا على فلسفة إيمانويل كانت لم يعد عندهم قناعة بعلم الكلام. هذا أدى واقعيا إلى انقطاع الفعالية الكلامية في المجتمع الإسلامي، بحيث أنه إذا صرنا نحاول أن نعالج مثل هذه الإشكالات صرنا نلجأ إلى قراءات أو طرق فهم مأخوذة من فلسفات غربية. يعني
felsefesine bakmasına rağmen
أنا أعتقد هذا الكلام موجود في الجامعات الأكاديمية التركية كما هو موجود في الجامعات الأكاديمية العربية، ما زال هناك احترام كبير جدا لفلسفة إيمانويل كانت. هناك نوع من الرهبة عن نقد فلسفة إيمانويل كانت. نحن ننتظر، ما زلنا ننتظر للأسف بعض الفلاسفة، بعض العلماء الذين يعني ينشرون أو ينقدون إيمانويل كانت من الغرب حتى نعيد استيرادهم مرة أخرى ونقوم بنقد فلسفة إيمانويل كانت أو الفلسفات الأخرى التي هي تضاد وتنقض أساسا كبيرا جدا من أسس أحد أهم العلوم الإسلامية، وهو علم الكلام الذي يدور أساسا على الاعتقاد بوجود الله سبحانه وتعالى والقدرة على إقامة الأدلة على وجود الله. إذن هذا مثال أنا دائما أضربه، وهو مثال عميق جدا ومهم جدا وله أطراف وذيول كثيرة جدا ولوازم كثيرة جدا. لابد من التنبه إلى أن العلم إذا لم يكن عنده قدرة على إعطاء أجوبة مقنعة والقدرة على إعادة نقد مثل هذه الفلسفات بناء على دراسة حقيقية، لا مجرد بناء على إيمان تسليمي بالعلوم أو المفاهيم أو العقائد الإسلامية، لا يجوز أن ننطلق في إثبات العقائد من الإيمان بالعقائد. يجب علينا أن ننطلق في إثبات العقائد من النظر في العالم. هذه هي النظرية المعرفية الإسلامية، السير في الآفاق، النظر في الآفاق وفي الأنفس لإثبات العقائد، لا لاختراع العقائد ولا لإنشاء العقائد، بل لإثبات حقية العقائد. هناك فارق بين ثبوت العقيدة في نفسها وبين إثباتها لنا. إثباتها لنا يعني معرفتنا بأن هذه العقيدة صحيحة. هذه المعرفة يتكفل بها علم مثل علم الكلام من جهة، يتكفل بها علم آخر مثل علم أصول الفقه وعلوم أخرى. هنا الحاجة إلى إعادة التساؤل أنه هل العلوم الإسلامية على وضعها القديم ما زال عندها قدرة وفعالية وكفاءة في إعطاء أجوبة عن هذه التساؤلات التي نراها أنها حديثة؟ نحن نستطيع أن نعطي أمثلة كثيرة على مسائل كثيرة جدا لها مدخلية من إثبات وجود الله، أساس الفكر الإنساني ما هو، تركيب وحقيقة هذا العالم ما هو، هل العالم قديم أو حادث الذي قامت عليه نظريات كثيرة جدا. وما لم يزل الفلاسفة يعتقدون، أكثر الفلاسفة يعتقدون بقدم العالم حتى زمان نيوتن، إلى أن جاءت نظرية الانفجار العظيم، نظرية تطبيقية، نظرية فيزيائية أثبتت عن طريق تحليل فيزيائي أن العالم يستحيل، هذا العالم المشاهد يستحيل أن يكون قديما، إذن يجب أن يكون حادثا. الآن رجع كثير من الفلاسفة والمفكرين بعد أن فوجئوا بهذه الصدمة إلى محاولة استدعاء كثير من المبادئ العقلية لتفسير كيف أن العالم هذا يمكن أن يكون حادثا، وما هي اللوازم العقلية واللوازم المعرفية التي تلزم عن حدوث العالم. مسألة حدوث العالم ومسألة قدم العالم كثير من الناس يتوهم أنها مسألة يعني نحن في غنى عنها. هذه المسألة في نظري وفي واقع الأمر هي مسألة أصلية، لأن حل مثل هذه الإشكالية يستلزم بناء فهم حقيقي عن العالم، فهم حقيقي عن نظرية المعرفة، فهم حقيقي عن لكثير من اللوازم التي تلزم عن حدوث العالم أو تلزم عن قدم العالم. وليس عبثا أن إيمانويل كانت قام بتحليل مسألة حدوث العالم أو قدم العالم وجعلها واحدة من الأربع متناقضات التي حاول أن يثبت أن العقل توقف فيها ولم يستطع أن يحلها، لأنها فعلا مسألة جوهرية. نحن الآن للأسف ما زلنا عندنا خوف، عندنا رهبة من الولوج في هذه المسائل، عندنا خوف ما زال من إعادة استدعاء العلوم الإسلامية الحقيقية، العلوم الإسلامية الراسخة، خصوصا علم الكلام، وتعريضها للأسئلة هذه ومعرفة ما لديها. إذا كانت هذه العلوم عندها القدرة على إعطاء أجوبة حقيقية فيجب أن نحتفل بها ونعيد إحيائها. وإذا فعلا وصلنا إلى معرفة أن هذه العلوم ليس عندها الكفاءة للإجابة عن مثل هذه الأسئلة ولا إعادة نقد لمثل هذه الفلسفات، فعلينا أن نكون أول من يبادر إلى إفناء وإماتة هذه العلوم وعدم تضييع الأوقات فيها. أعتقد أن المسألة يجب أن تكون بمثل هذا الوضوح ومثل هذه الصراحة. أنا في الحقيقة خرجت قليلا عن نمط الكلمة التي كنت أريد أن أمشي فيها، لأنه الوقت لو أردت أن أمشي بحسب الترتيب الذي وضعته لطال كثيرا. لذلك حاولت أن أكتفي بعرض بعض المفاهيم الأساسية. لا أعرف كم وقت عندي. 3 دقائق. أحد الأمور المهمة جدا أيها الإخوة الأفاضل في معرفة أن العلوم الإسلامية هل عندها قدرة وقابلية ذاتية للاستمرار في هذا العالم أو لا، كما قلنا هي قدرتها على الكشف عن الحق، قدرتها على إعطاء الإنسان منفعة. الآن هناك في سبب آخر أعتقد أنه ليس راجعا لنفس العلوم، هو راجع إلى حكم الاجتماع، الحكم الاجتماعي، وأمر عارض خارجي على العلوم، وهو طريقة فهم الناس لهذه العلوم الإسلامية. أعتقد أنه إشكالية العلوم الإسلامية ليست ذاتية، ليست راجعة لحقيقة العلوم. يعني في نظري أي واحد عالم، أي واحد عنده قدرة تحليلية، إذا نظر في حقيقة علم الكلام فإنه يستطيع بكل سهولة معرفة والحكم أن علم الكلام ما زال عنده جدوى وفعالية وحاضرية حقيقية. لكن هل هناك حاضرية واقعية وعملية لعلم الكلام؟ أعتقد عدم وجود استمرارية وحضور لعلم الكلام في الجامعات بشكل محترم وفي المجتمعات وفي السياسة هو عدم قدرة المجتمع العلمي والمجتمع الشعبي على فهم حقيقة علم الكلام كما ينبغي، وذلك لوجود تشويهات مجتزأة تصور علم الكلام على غير وضعه. ولذلك رأينا يعني، وهذا غير مستغرب، أن في بعض البلاد الإسلامية فتاوى نشأت وانتشرت حتى صارت محل استقرار في الوعي الإسلامي بشكل عام، وهو أن علم الكلام علم محرم، الأصل فيه أنه علم محرم ولا يدرس. حتى في بعض البلاد التي هي أصلا أصولها صوفية وشافعية وغير ذلك، علم الكلام كان محرما، حتى أنه متن العقيدة النسفية كان يمنع تدريسه. نتكلم على مثل هذا المستوى بحجة أن متن السنوسية الذي هو يقدم لعامة الناس هذا متن في علم الكلام، وعلم الكلام الأصل فيه التحريم. هناك فارق كبير جدا بين أن تفهم علم الكلام على أنه الأصل فيه أنه مباح أو الأصل فيه أنه فرض كفاية كما هو معتمد العلماء، وبين أن تقدم هذا العلم على أساس أنه الأصل فيه أنه علم بدعي أو علم غير صحيح أو علم يمتلئ بالخرافات. بعض الاتجاهات هي مبنية على بعض التوجهات الصوفية العملية التي تؤمن بأن الحقيقة الإسلامية مبنية على الأخلاق والمحبة ونحو ذلك. لا يعرفون أن هذه الأخلاق والمحبة والعبادة ومحبة الله سبحانه وتعالى والخضوع له أساسا مبنية على تصور عقائدي، والمحبة لا تنشأ هكذا وحدها. هذا اتجاه من الاتجاهات التي نشأت في المجتمع بما سبب قطيعة وديسكونتينيوتي لدوام التواصل والحضور لعلم الكلام. هناك مذاهب أيضا ليست صوفية مثل المذهب الوهابي، هذا أيضا عنده نظرة معينة أنه علم الكلام الأصل فيه أنه حرام. طبعا تم معالجة هذا وتفنيده ونقاشهم، والحمد لله أنه صار في هناك وعي جديد إلى أن الحجج التي أدلى بها المذهب الوهابي والذي انتشر في جميع الجامعات في العالم الإسلامي وسيطر عليها وما زال مسيطرا عليها حتى الآن، من ناحية علمية حجج ضعيفة جدا. كما قلنا هناك أيضا اتجاه آخر يناقض علم الكلام وساهم في نشر هذا الوعي الخاطئ الذي سبب قطيعة استمرار وحضور علم الكلام عن المجتمع الإسلامي، سواء في المؤسسات الأكاديمية أو المؤسسات غير الأكاديمية، وهو الاتجاه الرافض للإسلام، وهو ما يسمى ب يعني يرجع في مآلاته إما إلى الاستشراق قديما، والاستشراق ما زال له حضور أيضا في كثير من الجامعات، أو يرجع جذوره إلى من تأثروا بالمستشرقين من المدرسين الذين صاروا هم أساتذة العصر في البلاد العربية، وقدموا علم الكلام بنفس التصور الاستشراقي الذي هو أصلا علم مبتذل، علم جدلي، المقصود منه فقط هو الرد على الآخر، لا يفيد أساسا الإنسان إلا إذا كان هناك معارض، أما إذا لم يكن معارض لا حاجة له، إلى آخر هذه التصورات. أعتقد أن أحد الأسباب لوجود لحضور انقطاع واقعي، خلينا نسميه، ليس انقطاعا علميا لازما عن حقيقة علم الكلام أو العلوم الإسلامية، هو عدم وجود تصور صحيح لهذه العلوم الإسلامية لسبب آخر. فإذا أردنا أن نعيد حضور العلوم الإسلامية. أنا أضرب فقط مثالا علم الكلام، وهذا الكلام أعتقد أنه يصح على جميع العلوم الإسلامية بنسبة أو أخرى. يجب أن نعالج الإشكالات العلمية الحقيقية الكائنة في كل علم، من حيث موضوع العلم، ومن حيث مسائل العلم، ومن حيث آليات العلم. وأنا لي بحث متكامل في هذا الباب، قدمت فيه ما يتعلق بذاتيات الموضوع وبعرضيات الموضوع والمسائل المستحدثة وما إمكانية التجديد في هذه العلوم، والإشكالات الإشكالات العارضة التي تنشأ إما من فهم خاطئ أو من سياسة. يعني أنا ضربت مثال في الورقة أيضا، هناك بعض الدول الإسلامية والشعوب الإسلامية تعرضت لمسخ قسري وقطيعة قسرية حجبتهم عن العلوم كاملة، ليس فقط عن علم الكلام، عن كل العلوم الإسلامية، نتيجة مثلا وقوعهم تحت حكم دولة غير إسلامية، مثل ما حصل مثلا في الاتحاد السوفيتي والدول جنوب الاتحاد السوفيتي، داغستان، أوزبكستان إلى آخره. هؤلاء كلها شعوب إسلامية حصل عندهم قطيعة قسرية ليست راجعة لحقيقة العلم. هذه الأمور أعتقد يجب أن يتم دراستها، سواء كانت ناحية يعني أسباب ناشئة عن عوامل اجتماعية دائمة أو طارئة، أو نواحي علمية ناشئة عن حقيقة العلم ولوازم العلم. أنا أعتذر إذا صار في كلامي نوع من التشتت، لكن الموضوع أعتقد أنه مهم جدا، حري أن يعاد تصويره تصويرا علميا أكاديميا مبنيا على مقدمات، إذا كان فإن يلزم كذا وكذا. بغير هذا أعتقد أنه لا نستطيع أن نكمل في مثل هذه البحوث. وأشكركم على حسن الاستماع وشكرا لكم.
Barakallahu fikum. Thank you very much, Sheikh Dr. Said Fouda. We have 15 minutes left for the last talk, Professor Nejmuddin Kazukaya. We had an enlightening talk about Ilm al-Kalam. Now we'll switch to Ilm al-Fiqh in the 19th and 20th centuries of the Gregorian calendar. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. Öncelikle bu programı düzenleyen
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the Cihanima Association for organizing this event. They have brought together leading thinkers and scholars from all over the world, which represents an important contribution to the scientific ecosystem in our country. And Professor Said Fodeh said he would be focusing on the science of Kalam, and he made my work easier because to avoid repeating some things, I would like to pick up from where the professor left. Of course, knowledge, culture, and science, when we talk about them, we talk about a continuity. Every civilization, every culture is based on some fundamentals, and on the basis of these fundamentals, these societies sustain themselves in a continuity. However, when we look at the story in the Islamic world, particularly in the 19th century, there was a strong crisis of continuity. Before that, the Muslim societies, when we put knowledge and culture at the center, there was a continuity in the Muslim societies, but in the 19th centuries, there was a break and a change in this continuity. Of course, this continuity was particularly maintained by something very specific. By continuity, I mean the fundamental assumptions on which knowledge is based, the ontology, the ways of producing knowledge. I'm saying this, and I'm underlining this, because in the Muslim world, in the Islamic society, when a religion is is in question, action, amal, it has a very centric role. Why? Because the Prophet Hazreti Muhammad, when he delivered the wahi to the people, he was not just seen as an ambassador of that knowledge. He also demonstrated that knowledge through his actions. And the previous prophets also carried knowledge via their actions to the societies. This led to the understanding in Muslim societies that knowledge can be demonstrated via actions, and actions came to the center. So ulema, the alims, or the people producing knowledge in Muslim societies actually see knowledge and action as two intertwined concepts, and knowledge is delivered via action. So in the Islamic tradition, we have the concept of tevatur. The concept of transfer of knowledge across generations via actions. Tevatur is not just about hearsay or theoretical transfer of knowledge. So the main foundations of a Muslim society, which includes ontological and epistemological assumptions and the indispensable parts of the existence of a Muslim, they are all transferred via the actions across generations. So anything that we see as an indispensable part of a Muslim identity is the same thing in Istanbul, Yemen, or Kuala Lumpur, or in the US. They assume the same things. They accept the same things. These are indispensable principles. And these principles and transfer of knowledge via actions on the basis of these principles continued until the end of the 18th century in Muslim societies. But in 19th century, in Muslim societies, the actions and the basic assumptions that underlie those actions came to a stop. I would like to emphasize this. There was a paradigm shift. Muslim societies, Said Fuad told us about the kalam, ahlak, tasawwuf, and when you look at all of these sciences, you see that the topic of these sciences is the behaviors of humans, the actions demonstrated by people. So in this century, particularly in the 19th century, with this change and with the impositions of the modernity, a change happened in Muslim societies, and as a result, the social sciences, the religious sciences, with the change, was left without a topic, without a subject to focus. So that was a crisis of knowledge in the Muslim society. And with the onset of this crisis, various types of responses and solutions were searched by the ulama and the intellectuals and even the seculars of the time. To get out of that situation, they came up with some suggested solutions, and an important portion of those solutions involved some theories that were closely related with actions. In the 19th century, the Muslim societies with the West, or when we compare Muslim societies with Europe, we see that the Muslim societies were relatively different. I do not want to call them backwards, but they were different, and because of that, they were seen as problematic. And when they asked why the situation was like that, the answer was ulum shar, or fiqh, or tasawwuf, and all the other sciences. So the actions, the sciences that determine the actions of a Muslim society were blamed for the situation that the Muslim societies were in. And people started questioning the knowledge produced by these sciences. And I'm particularly talking about Turkey. When we study history in this country, we tend to look at institutions and the visible changes to understand history. However, particularly in 19th century, the whole humanity was faced with a specific problem. It was the problem of modernity and imposition of modernity in political, cultural, and social domains. And the Muslim communities became a victim of that, because in Europe, in the Middle East, in Asia, we had Muslim societies, so the modernity was a threat against them. And people started strongly questioning the principles of Muslim societies, and the canon laws were questioned. And we see that before that time, a significant part of that territory was colonized. When you look at Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, many territories were colonized by the West. I would like to summarize this very detailed part, but with the colonization, the colonizers directly or via secular elites of the time whose views were aligned with the West were positioned to lead and make decisions about the future of the Muslim societies. It was either the colonizers or the secular elites who were proxies of these colonizers, and with them, the existence of the ulum sharia was seized. And this brought something else. All the actions that were related to these sciences were also changed. So, since action and knowledge were intertwined, when actions were changed, the topic of knowledge also changed. So, when we come to 21st century, we saw one problem. On one side, the Shari, the canon law, the Shari science, the ulum sharia, and the practices of the Muslim societies. There was a big gap between the umum sharia and the actions of the Muslim communities. And then people started thinking that umum sharia cannot come up with solutions of the problems of the modern day societies. We hear this in many areas. We have this problem. Why don't we have an answer for this in fiqh or kalam or tasawwuf? We hear these criticisms all the time. And the main reason is that the basic assumptions and the paradigms on which these sciences are based are actually changed in time. Before 19th century, there was a continuity, but it was left with a paradigm shift, and as a result, the knowledge and the practices of the Muslim societies were changed. That's the main reason. But we tend to look for the problem in other places, and we try to find solutions, and naturally, these solutions fall short of addressing the issues that we have. I would like to underline one more thing before I wrap up. The role of ulama. When you have this change, where was the ulama when this change happened, and what is the role of ulama today? When you ask these questions, it means that you need to admit something. Until 19th century, the role of ulama was using texts that ensure continuity, like Hashemiye or other types of scripture, other types of writings, to convey knowledge to the society. And they also interpreted knowledge when transferring it to the societies. But this role was eliminated in the 19th century. For example, for fiqh, the nation state, which created a law, and with that, the role of ulama as an interpreter or as a bridge was eliminated. And then the Muslim societies lost their alims or intellectuals or thinkers. They lost their areas of knowledge, and their practices were also changed. And at one point, they lost their identity. So actually, this is one of the most important reasons of the crisis that we are facing today. I think we are out of time. I'd like to stop here. If you have any questions, I would like to answer them.
That's the time. Can we continue? Time is okay. So unfortunately, because we started very late and the program has already gone over time by about 20 minutes, thank you all for listening, and thank you all the speakers for your very insightful talks. Unfortunately, maybe we'll have time to discuss it afterwards during the break over the next couple of days. Thank you, everyone.
Evet, kıymetli
Yes, we would like to offer plaques to our distinguished panelists. To offer the plaques, I would like to invite to the floor the Vice President of Cihannima Association.
movement of Islamization and then the integration of knowledge as a student and also as a postgraduate student, and as well as now as the lecturer at Institute of Knowledge Integration. And at the same time, I'm the vice president at Maqasid Institute USA. So next one. So what I'm going to talk about today is basically it's very in very brief kind of fashion, the intellectual milestones of key figures and institutions, and socio-political dimensions from and what was the movement from Islamization to integration. And just a little bit about my personal experience in Malaysia, because I lived there for more than a quarter century in Malaysia. I did my undergraduate degree, my postgraduates, both of my postgraduates were there in Malaysia. And alhamdulillah, I mean, it was really a great experience. And I am now in Turkey, and alhamdulillah, it is my now it's my second home. All right, so I'm going to start with the next. I think this hadith have been mentioned several times today, and I'll just read it to you. So at the beginning of every 100 years, Allah sends to this ummah one who will renew its religion. And many scholars usually would say it's either one person, like the Mujaddidun in the previous eras, like Al-Ghazali, for example, and Shah Wali Allah Dahlawi, and also to some people, Sayyid Nursi, Badi al-Zaman Sayyid Nursi would be one of them, and many other people. But also as a movement, I think Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will send not only individual people, individual scholars, but they will gather and be together in a movement. So they will work in tandem, in maybe as separate movements, or they will work together in some fashion. Next one. So what we have right now is, so we have certain context, of course, for any topic, there is a context, and why we talk about Islamization is basically it is a kind of post-colonial approach, and this is a kind of a reaction by Muslims. As I think it was mentioned also in the last panel, always we are coming back to the 19th century, and this is where 19th and beginning of 20th century there was a lot of intellectual movement, intellectual rethought, rethinking, reimagination of how to actualize Islam, how to actualize the Islam and Muslims and Islamic movements in the contemporary world. And so there are geopolitical realities of the 19th and 20th century that was also mentioned, I think, today in several sessions. This is the still kind of colonial era, and also end of colonial era. So the era between end of 19th century and middle of 20th century, it is the colonial and kind of post-colonial era. And so, of course, we are, the Muslims, they kind of thought about what to do, how to do. I mean, we have, as an ummah, we are in such a low place right now that we needed to rethink. I mean, we had really the past was Islamic civilization. It was great, and we always remember the golden age, and we always talk about how great we were in the past, in the Abbasid dynasty and Umayyad dynasty in Spain, and so on. And so much was done. But then we, as an ummah, we have come to this lowest place, lowest kind of condition in the 19th, 20th century. And of course, the Muslims, the ulama, the scholars, they thought about how to improve the situation. And of course, this Islah and Tajdid movement was just another one, reiteration, and it happened every every century, as the Prophet ﷺ, and as he said, as is promised by Allah. And so this is something that every century we see that there is something happening, something going on. And so this for the post-colonial the era, it was a kind of a reaction to the colonial frameworks, and especially in the area of education. And so the idea was the goal was to apply Islamic thought to current realities, because the reality was not only colonial, and of course the colonial reality is that it imposes certain ideas, certain frameworks to the colonial people, to the colonials, whether it is in education, in public policy, in economics, and so on. So all of this sphere were basically colonized and the Islamic sciences, Islamic knowledge was kind of relegated to something different. I mean, something separate from the public space. And of course, it would just take the same kind of secularization drive as it happened in Europe. And so, and of course, Muslims did not agree with this, and they were looking for ways to reinstall, reimagine how to bring Islam into the public discourse and into education, into economics, and so on. Next. And so, so it is post-colonial nation building, and especially if we talk about the middle of the 20th century, it is already starting as a post-colonial movement. And this is where the nation building is starting, and the educational reforms are starting to become necessary. And so, but at the same time, there was a recognition of Eurocentrism and a Eurocentric approach to the colonial past. And so the Muslims have tried to do something in order to change this condition. Next, please. And so, of course, as I said, the Islah and Tajdeed movement is just a general term, but there are under this general Islah and Tajdeed, we see different movements. So, like there's Sahwa al-Islamiyya, there is also the Muslim Brotherhood, there is also, as a general, I would say, Islamization of knowledge. And Islamization of knowledge is a kind of, again, decolonial movement to rethink education. So specific area of application was specifically education and the methodology, at the level of methodologies. So education, research, anything that is related to intellectual movement. And so this together we can call it Islamization. So bringing Islamic values into modern education system. But then later in about 1990s until present time, we have seen the kind of some problems with Islamization. I mean, the term itself is misunderstood in many areas, in many places, in many jurisdictions. And so this is where the scholars started to use this term integration of knowledge. So basically, it is the integration of Naqli and Aqli sciences. So everything that is revealed is Naqli, and the Aqli, everything is that is built by reason, human acquired knowledge. But then this is also kind of going on, but then at the same time we see the ideas of comprehensiveness, and also the comprehensiveness and holism of the Islamic knowledge, and especially the revelation, the Quran al-Karim. It has this comprehensive nature to it. And so this is where the maqasid, the movement of maqasid al-Sharia, maqasid al-Wahi, all of this is becoming more apparent and more important. Next one. And so Among the thinkers, maybe previous, please. So among the thinkers, of course, there are these individuals like Sayyid Muhammad Naqib al-Attas from Malaysia. He's a well-known philosopher from Malaysia, and he is actually the one who, apparently he was the one who coined the term Islamization of knowledge. And this was, I think, first presented in 1977 in the Islamic Education Conference in Mecca. But even before that Islamization movement, it was already there, and it was already apparent in the economics movement. Like in 1976, again, there was a conference on Islamic economics. So Islamization it started even long before that. And of course, among the speakers, among the key thinkers were Ismail al-Farouqi and Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, who was the second rector of IIUM, International Islamic University, Malaysia, where I did my bachelor's and PhD. And of course, others, and notable among the institutions are, as I said, IIUM in Malaysia, and IIIT, or International Institute of Islamic Thought in the US. And so these are the institutions that were really interested in promoting the idea of Islamization. And later they moved into integration of knowledge. But then, of course, IIUM was kind of a lab or laboratory for this Islamization of knowledge project. And at the first step, it was just infusing the Islamic values into social sciences. And then later on, it was the next step, and we are now in the second maybe stage, which is more producing the indigenous Islamic knowledge and indigenous Islamic textbooks. So I remember then when we were studying at IIUM, and we did political science, Islamic psychology, we did communications, public relations, advertising, and so many other courses that we did and we used American or British textbooks. But then now lately they've realized that this is not sufficient, and this is not right. Basically, what we used to do is that we use the textbook, the American textbook, but the professors would just add some hadith, some ayat, and that's about it. And we as students, we also kind of copy from the textbook, and then we added some ayat here and there and hadith, and this is all. And that would be Islamization. All right, but then now, of course, it is moving towards more kind of indigenous view of psychology, indigenous view of political science and communications, and so on. And IIUM is one of those universities where they have taken up this project of producing textbooks based on the Islamic worldview. And the worldview was taken up today. I mean, it was discussed today as well. So this is very important in terms of the idea, where the idea generated. Now, next is just very quickly, I mean, the people on Islamization of knowledge, they always talked about liberation, realization of moral and ethical equality, and so on. Next one. And they always talk about the recasting, redefinition, rethinking, and that's it. And this is mostly the idea of Islamization, just to rethink what is there right now, what are our past values, what are our values, how do we replace the paradigm that we are living in today right now, the Western, the secular paradigm. How do we replace it with what we have? And one of the things that we are now moving towards is, I think, more and more is realization of the holistic nature of the revelation of the Quran al-Karim and the Sunnah, and how to really use the primary sources of Islam and build knowledge, produce knowledge using thought directly from the primary sources. So this is kind of a rethinking, a movement for rethinking knowledge, rethinking how we approach education, research, and action and business and manufacturing and so on. But indigenously from the point of view of Islam, from the view of the Quran and the Sunnah. And I guess I should end the presentation here. If you have any questions later on, I'd be happy to answer. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Aleykümselam. Değerli İdris Rafikov hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu karşılaştırmalı bir düşünceye bizi yönlendiren sunumu için. Değerli hocam, doğrudan ilişkili olması hasebiyle aslında direkt size sözü vermemiz sanki daha anlamlı olacak gibi gözüküyor. Bilginin batılaşmaktan arındırılması başlığı tam o karşılaşmanın üzerine ardından da hocamızın tamamlaması sanki daha bütünlüğü yakalamak adına imkan verecek bize. Bilginin batılaşmaktan arındırılması başlığıyla Alparslan Açıkgenç hocamıza sözü vermek üzere. Hocam buyurunuz lütfen.
Ben kusura bakmayın biraz hızlı bir şekilde metni okumaya çalışacağım. Çünkü 15 dakikada herhalde bitiririm diye düşünüyorum. Metne bağlı kalacağım. Zaten slaytlarda da herhalde açacaklar şimdi oradan. Takip edebilirsiniz. Aşağı yukarı burada okuyacaklarım da aynı. Hemen hemen hepsini oraya koydum. Rahat okunsun diye. Şöyle başlayayım ben. Hemen ilk slaytta göreceksiniz zaten. Bilgi mahiyeti itibariyle insan zihninin mahsuludur. Ve yeri, mekanı kandedir. Biraz şey kullanayım bizim edebi şeyleri, kelimeleri. Bilginin batıllaşmadan arındırılmasında Alattas modelini kendi yorumumla sunmaya çalışacağım. İldis Hocam burada işaret ettiler zaten. Seyyid Muhammed Nakib Alattas felsefi bir sistem kurmuş olması itibariyle buralara dikkat edilmesi gerekir. Kur'an hikmetinin kapsamlı ve tutarlı bir anlayışını Müslümanlar tarafından olduğu kadar ona ihtiyaç duyan ve onu isteyen herkes tarafından da incelenmeye, anlaşılmaya ve özümsenmeye hazır, çağdaş yani günümüz bağlamında düzenli bir bilgi bütünü içerisinde sunmuştur. Alattas tarafından sunulan bilgi her insan için gerekli olan türdendir. Ruhun ve bedenin gıdası olan türdendir. Dolayısıyla günümüz toplumu için hayati bir önem taşımaktadır. Bu bilginin çağdaş insanlık durumu için neden hayati önem taşıdığını açıklamaya çalışacağım. Şimdi hayatiyeti söz konusu olduğunda günlük bilgileri yani günlük hayatta kullanmış olduğumuz bilgileri dışarıda tutmak kaydıyla bir şey daha unuttum aslında. Tanımlamayı yaparken malum bizde bilginin karşılığı ilim. Bir de tabii Cenab-ı Hakk'ın ilmi var. Onları dışarıda tutuyoruz yani bunları açıklarken çünkü bizi ilgilendiren insan bilgisi. Burada konuştuğumuz, gündeme aldığımız o. Bu bilginin, insan bilgisinin hayatiyeti açısından baktığımızda bunları 3 sınıfta toplayabiliriz. Birinci tür, kendim yeni kavramlar oluşturarak sunmaya çalıştım. Fakat bunlar aslında yeni değil. Yani bizim gelenekte olan şeyler ama farklı kavramlarla ifade etmeye çalışıyorum. Bizim gençlerimiz dikkat ettiğim kadarıyla yani öğrencilerimizden de biliyorum. Eski kavramlarla söylediğimizde anlasalar dahi işin mahiyetini, önemini, ciddiyetini kavrayamıyorlar. O açıdan kavramlar biraz farklı olacak ona göre. Birinci tür bilgiye besleyici bilgi diyorum ben. Böyle adlandırabiliriz. Günlük olarak ihtiyaç duyduğumuz besinler, besinlere benzer. Ancak bu ihtiyaç ara sıra olur. Fakat zaman ve şartlara göre ihtiyaç artabilir. Bu tür bilgi aslında bilimsel bilgidir. Tabii ya da toplumsal ciddi bir sorun yaşandığı bir zamanı düşünelim. O zaman buna olan ihtiyaç artar. Dolayısıyla böyle zamanlarda bu tür bilgiye her zamankinden daha fazla dikkat etmemiz gerekir. Çünkü bu durumlarda ona ihtiyacımız vardır. Özellikle bizim zamanımızda artık toplumda beliren sorunları çözmek için geleneksel yollarla gitmek mümkün değildir. Görüyoruz yani önümüzde olan olaylar var. Saf bilimsel bilgiyi ele aldığımızda bu aynen bir gıdaya benzer. Eğer bir defa yersek daha fazla yemeye devam etmemiz gerekmez. Ancak yine belirttiğimiz gibi onu ilgili olduğu alana uygulamamız gerekir. Tıpkı yediğimiz yemek gibi. Ona da yalnızca vücudumuzun besin maddelerine ihtiyaç duyduğu kadar ihtiyaç duyarız. Ancak herhangi bir gıda olmadan vücut canlılığını koruyamaz. Hatta yavaş yavaş ölebilir. Öte yandan vücudumuzda bir rahatsızlık var ya da ağır bir iş yapıyorsak o zaman besin ve gıda ihtiyacı artacaktır. Her faydalı bilginin değeri bize kazandırdıkları üzerinden belirlenir. Aynı şekilde bilimsel bilgi de diğer tüm bilgiler gibi türlerinden ayrı olarak ele alındığında besleyici gıdalara benzer bir yeteneğe sahiptir. İkinci tür bilgiye hayattar bilgi diyorum. İslami anlamda hayattar bilgi olarak adlandırabileceğimiz bu bilgi aslında ruhun gıdasıdır. Şu ayetin ve Kur'an'daki diğer birçok ayetlerin vurguladığı gibi şüphesiz kalpler Allah'ı anmakla tatmin olur. İnsanın kalbi, ruhu, nefsi ve benzeri tüm gizli güçleri, canlılıklarını sürdürebilmek için bu tür bilgilere ihtiyaç duyar. Fakat burada güç kelimesini kuvveden aldım, yani kuvve aslı. Fakat bu bilgiye olan ihtiyaç bizim havaya olan ihtiyacımıza benzer. Çünkü bu ihtiyaç günlük değildir. Her dakika ona ihtiyaç duyarız. Havaya her birkaç dakikada bir, bazen de her saniyede bazen ihtiyaç duyulabilir. Böyle bir durumda kimse biraz havam vardı, o yüzden bugün bekleyebilirim, yarın biraz daha sonra alsam olur diyemez. Yemek yemeyi birkaç gün erteleyebiliriz ama hava almayı birkaç dakika dahi erteleyemeyiz. Ruhi gerçekliğin sağlığını kaybetmek gerçekten de ruhsal yetilerin, kuvvelerin ölümünü getirir ve bu şekilde insan bedeni antlaşmalarla kendisine verilen rolü gerçekleştirmek için uygun işlevini yerine getiremez. Antlaşma diye kullandığımız kelime misak, Kur'an'da geçen. Çünkü insan misak olduğu için onu karıştırmayalım. Yine aynı kelimeyi kullanabilirim ama o şekilde ifade edildi burada. Beden sadece ruhsuz bir ceset olarak işlev görür ve antlaşmaların, misakın bilincini kaybeder. Ölü ruh melekeleri kapatılmış olan varlıktır. Beden, Kur'an'ın bu durumu tarif ettiği gibi algısız hareket eden bir yaratığa dönüşür. Kur'an'da Bakara suresinde geçen meşhur bizim bildiğimiz ayetler çok mükemmel bir şekilde bunu metaforik olarak ifade etmiştir. Çok kısaca okuyayım ben. Kalplerinde bir hastalık vardır. Allah da onlardaki hastalığı artırmıştır. Yalan söylemeleri yüzünden kendilerine acı veren bir azap da vardır. Onlara yeryüzünde düzeni bozmayın denildiğinde, hayır, biz yalnızca ıslah edicileriz derler. Bilinsin ki gerçekten bozanlar onların ta kendileridir ama farkında olmuyorlar. İlahir ayet devam ediyor. Bu tür bilgi her varlığa bütünleşmiş olan, bizi Alattas Hoca'nın son kitabında tartışma konusu olarak ele aldığı misakın gerçekleştirmesine götüren, gösteren ve yönlendiren işaretleri veya ayetleri okumak için çok önemlidir. Bu bilgi vahiy tarafından verilir ve biz onu manevi hakikatlar için rehber olarak alırız. Bu vahyedilmiş bilgiye ilim denir. Ancak Kur'an'ın vel fıkh bihi diye işaret ettiği gibi bazı değişik anlatımları da olabilir. Üçüncü tür bir bilgiden bahsetmek istiyorum ayrıca. Belki bunu dikkate alabiliriz burada. Acaba geçmişte bu sınıflandırmayı yapan var mı? yeni bir bilgi türü. Bu belki batılılaşmadan arındırma manasında bir yöntem bize verebilir. Üçüncü türü bu her iki bilgi türünün birleştirmesine diyorum ben. Öyle olursa buna besleyici hayattar bilgi diyebiliriz. Böyle bir adlandırma kullanıyorum. Besleyici hayattar bilgi hem ruhun hem bedenin ikisini birden besleyen, hayatiyet kazandıran, canlılık veren bilgiyi kastediyoruz. Çünkü bu tür bilgide vurgu konuların yoğunluğuna bağlı olarak değişir. Bazı durumlarda artar, bazı durumlarda daha az ihtiyaç olabilir. Bilimsel bilginin hayati mahiyetini açıklamak için onu besleyici olarak adlandırıyoruz. Çünkü bilimsel bilgiye olan ihtiyacımız, gıdaya olan ihtiyacımıza benzemektedir. Ancak bizim ıstilahatımızda, demin dedim eski kullanımları kullanmayacağım ama şimdi işaret etmek için, aradaki ilgiyi gösterebilmek için ulûmu imaniye olarak adlandırılan vahyedilmiş bilgiye olan ihtiyacımız, havaya olan ihtiyacımıza benzer. Ve bu da onu hayati kılar. Nitekim bu açıdan her iki tür bilginin mahiyetine göre fıkıhta hayattar bilgi farz-ı ayın, besleyici bilgi ise farz-ı kifayedir. Tabi bu da onların önemini gösteriyor. İkisi de farz ama mertebeleri farklı. Bizim anlayışımıza göre hava olmadan yemek istiyorum denemeyeceğine göre manevi refahımız için hayati önem taşıyan vahiy olmadan bilimsel bilgi istiyoruz da diyemeyiz. O halde besleyici bilgi belirleyici bir unsur olarak değil, yol gösterici, işlev gören hayati bilgi ile tam bir bütünlük içinde olmalıdır. İslami anlayışta zaten bildiğimiz gibi vahiy bilime hükmetmez. Aksine Alattas'ın ifade ettiği gibi İslam'ın dünya görüşüne yönelik zihinsel bir tutum gelişmede rehberlik sağlar. Bir rehberdir yani, ona yol gösterir. Zaten Kur'an kendisini malum o şekilde tanımlıyor. Bütün bu bilgi türleri Alattas'ın sistemi içerisinde bütünleşmiştir. O bu bütünleştirmede vahyin rehberliğini takip etmiştir. Bu nedenle bütün bu bilgi türleri arasındaki dengede ısrar eder. Öyle ki her biri uygun yerine yerleştirilsin ve böylece onlara adalet yapılsın. Aksi takdirde bu durum Alattas'ın bilginin yozlaştırılması dediği, corruption of knowledge, çok meşhur, çok kullandığı bir kavram, bir şeye yol açacaktır. Bu kavram Alattas'ın aslında sisteminin özünü teşkil eder. Neden? Bunun nedeni yozlaşmanın bilgisel açıdan daha fazla bozgunculuğa yol açmasıdır. Bilginin yozlaşması özellikle kritiktir. Çünkü yozlaşmış bilgi cehaleti besler. Daha sonra cahiller toplumu yok oluşa sürükler. Fesadın gıdası cehaletten kaynaklanan edep kaybıdır. Bozgunculuk malum fesat, ayette geçmişti. Bilginin yozlaşması olgusunun tam bir tahlilini yapacak olursak, Alattas'ı neden bu yozlaşma kavramını vurguladığını tam olarak anlayabiliriz. Bir kere bilginin bozulması, yozlaşması çok katmanlı bir ahlaksızlıktır. Ve bu haliyle her türlü kötülüğü destekler, kucaklar ve yükseltir. Edebin yitirilmesi ahlaksızlıktır. Dolayısıyla bilginin yozlaşması son derece tehlikelidir. Bir başka husus da Alattas'ın felsefi sisteminin özünü teşkil ettiği halde bilginin yozlaşması meselesinin Attasçı sistemin merkezinde yer almamasıdır. Çünkü bu belki yanlış anlaşılabilir, onun için vurgu yapıyorum burada. Yani onun felsefi sisteminin temeli değildir. Çünkü onun sisteminin temeli İslam dünya görüşü olarak Kur'an'dan çıkardığı İslam'ın temel metafiziğidir. Bu durumda şu soru sorulabilir. O zaman neden bu kadar bu kavrama vurgu yapılmaktadır? Öncelikle tekrar vurgulamak gerekirse Alattas'a göre edep, şüphesiz ki bunlar temel kavramlar Atlas'ı yani. Corruption of knowledge, edep ve Islamic worldview, metafizik olarak. Şüphesiz ki İslam temel metafiziğin ruhu hükmündedir. Edep. Ancak bu sistemde ona kimlik kazandıran ve kimliğini ortaya çıkaran bazı renklendirme kavramları vardır. başta ben onun için söylediğim zihnin bilgi üreten insan zihnidir. Temelde onun yeri de orasıdır. Yeri ve mekanı. Dolayısıyla bu renklendirme kavramları neredeyse temel kavramlar kadar önemli hale gelir. Çünkü renklendirmeyi gerektiren ve hatta zorunlu kılan temeldir. Bu nedenle renklendirme kavramı temelde önemlidir. Bu nedenle İslam'ın dünya görüşünün bilginin yozlaştırılmasını reddettiği sonucuna varabiliriz. Çünkü bu İslam'a ve onun temel kaynaklarına hayati
Rejects the
zararlar verir.
corruption of knowledge.
Al-Atlas'ın malum
According to Al-Atlas, once again,
temel bir sistemi var.
we said that he has a system, he has a philosophical system, and in his philosophical system he emphasized homologies and ontology with an epistemological extension.
Bunları ben daha
And in order to understand and in order to
zaman darlığından dolayı Al-Atlas'ın felsefi
understand his system, we see the ontology and epistemological basis. We see the essence, maviyah, and reality of existence. So this is the ontology and concept of religion. I'm so sorry that we dive into many philosophical terms. We have the essence and existence. So what is the reality? Is this essence or is this existence? So existentialism, he actually advocates for existentialism. And secondly, Al-Atlas system is both divine and revealed epithermal philosophy. The first includes the human knowledge and the system of innate and logical experiences, and the second includes spiritual experiences that lead to intuition of existence. Therefore, he speaks of two stages of this experience, the initial unity stage and the higher stage that experiences true unity. And after that, his system develops a psychology that analyzes human nature and investigates the forces of innate as inside systems, and he also investigates the meaning and experience of happiness for human being. Therefore, it is a comprehensive world view, and for his time he can draw a framework for this concept. While we mention this, he also has a book about the metaphysics of Islam. The world of Islam and metaphysics, and this book of Al-Attas was translated into Turkish, and he also used this system in one of the schools, and he disseminates his knowledge and his views with his books. That is why the contribution of Al-Attas is very important for the philosophy of Islam. Ontology, epistemology, cosmology, and philosophy of knowledge are very important for the basis of Islamic thinking, and he still continues to cover cosmology and scientific knowledge. And we also see the corruption of knowledge again in the works of Al-Attas. And he also has the last work. He is now 95 years old, by the way, Mr. Al-Attas. Islam and the Covenant Fulfilled. So this is the last work of Al-Attas. And inshallah, God willing, this will also be translated into Turkish soon. And I hope that my humble motivation will be able to explore this work and we need to elaborate on the thinking of Alatas, and I hope that this will also act as a guidance for the Ummah. Thank you, Mr. Alparslan, Açık Genç. Now we will remember these concepts in our hearts, in our minds. First of all, for comparison, what is the value of knowledge for us? This was the essence of his presentation. Now we will be talking about tahkik, and we will invite Mr. Ibrahim Halil Üçer to the floor, and he will be talking about scientific effort as the investigation of reality, hakika, in our understanding. The floor is yours, Mr. Ibrahim Halil Üçer. Mr. Saleh, thank you very much. Mr. Idris and Mr. Alparslan, thank you very much. Mr. Alparslan devoted himself to epistemology of information, and he produces unique knowledge. And Makibel Attas and other scholars that he worked together, and he is trying to deepen their knowledge and their presence in Turkey. And it is a great pleasure for us to have his studies and his works in Turkey, and Islamization, integration with the new. Do you understand Turkish? Well, great. I didn't know that, so it is easier for us to discuss. So I just wondered whether I should be speaking English or Turkish, but he can understand Turkish, so I'm very glad. He is coming from this area. In the post-colonial period, the challenge and confronting this knowledge of Islam and our new era. So these are the efforts, and in the 19th and 20th century, there are many crises, and these efforts are associated with the crisis. And Mr. Idris talked about it, and I will add up to that. In the opening panel, I enunciated it, and once again, I will show you this distinction. As Muslims, in 19th century, there was a crisis, unprecedented crisis of suspicion, because, you know, throughout the history, against Mongolia, against Crusade, we had many defeats, but these were not in the level of civilizations. For example, we were defeated to Mongolians because Mongolians were not advanced, or for the Crusade, they didn't think that. For example, Mongolians were barbarians, or for the Crusade, they were the Crudels. So they provided services. Mongolians became Muslims, and with the wisdom they took here, Christians also changed many things. But throughout the history, we have seen an unprecedented trauma faced by the Muslim population, faced by the Islamic population, and the 1/4 of the total Islamic population was colonized. Iran, Afghanistan, Turkey, these territories could not be colonized even though they exerted efforts, and these were the centers where the colonialism activities were carried out. And in 19th century, in large scale, we saw these occupation. So the Muslim people asks, why were we defeated? They asked the same question in the 18th century, and they said that there were some kind of progress, there were some kind of advancements. That is why we had Karlofça, loss of territories, loss of land, and we had these reforms, and these were the optimistic efforts or optimistic agreements, and we thought that we would be regaining the power. So this was the dominant idea in the 18th century, and the question was, how did they proceed or how did they advance? But in 19th century, we had the pessimistic view. Pessimistic view was dominant at that time. So the question was, what for the self-detraction, the loss of self-confidence, why are we lagging behind? So this was the question of the 19th century. So this question accepted that they are advanced and we lag behind. So this was two-way question. So why are they advancing and why are we lagging behind? So since 17th century, scientific, technologic, political, economic developments are the reasons of their advancement. So what is the reason of our regression? What is the reason of our deterioration? In astronomy, in geography, in history, we didn't have huge lapse. In economy, that is why we stood back. We lost ground. So after 19th century, Muslim populations decided that we need to imitate and we need to transfer the knowledge and we need to criticize ourselves. So why couldn't we achieve? Why are we standing back? So with this approach, the scientific advancements of the Western world, when we started to transfer, they were confronted with an answer. You cannot do that. It is not possible. As you are Muslims, as you continue to be Muslims, you will not be able to harness and integrate the scientific, technologic, social information that we have, because we don't share your view of point, because we abandoned your perspective. As I've just said, we did two things. What did we do? We said that we will say that the universe will be understood without the presence of God. So we will get rid of the power of God and we will have the curiosity towards universe and we will try to comprehend universe with physical boundaries. So if you are still defending the understanding of God, which is intervening in nature, then you will not progress in science. And again, for human rights, for legitimacy, for individual rights, so you see that these are the advancements, but you cannot take that. We say that the creator is not Allah. We didn't say that. We said that historical, social, moral issues cannot be determined by a prophet. It is not possible to rule with a law. We can call it emancipation of humanity. The people will seize their own destiny, and they will have their own will. And with this belief that to self-determination, this is how we advance. So the essence is that you are with these two acceptances. These are two very critical metaphysical acceptances. If you do not agree with that, you will not be able to advance like us. And with this challenge, we had three different attitudes. The first one is, yes, these people are right. Indeed, as being Muslims, we will not be able to advance. So in order to, if it is possible for us that we should abandon Islam, then okay, we will abandon. So if it is possible that if we give up Islam, then if we are going to advance, okay, let's give up Islam. Let's be Christians. So this is the Westernization understanding. And as Muhammed Yazır Elmalı said, they were able to follow other. They have to surrender other understanding, and they lose their subject place, and they became the imitators. And in such countries, do you think that are they even subjects to science, subjects to technology? If they imitate in Tunisia, for example, it was forbidden that it was forbidden to wear scarf in the streets. So our experiences of westernization in Turkey, if it is about existence, if it is about independency, then who deserves the existence? And this is the essence. Essence means independence. So our struggle for westernization does not let us be ourselves. We become imitators. We become satellites, not only in economy, but also in military, in culture, in social life. So this is a dead end. Now let's progress with the second way. You cannot continue to advance yourself if you stay Muslim. So the second attitude said, if we cannot advance, then if it is important to be Muslims, then advancement is not important. If it is not compatible with Islam, then we will leave new advancements. These nourishing ideas, we will abandon them. Because, advancements, nourishing ideas, and if you are trying to nourish yourself with these advancements, in order to take this advancement, your life should be similar to our life. And okay, those who would like to live the same life, they become westernized. But if you say that if I have to abandon my life, I will not follow your new nourishment. I will stick to my traditional values. For example, astronomy, Ibn Sina, psychology, Aristotle, and Galen, and science, medicine, botanic. So these are the classic traditional understandings of geography, medicine. So these are Euclid's and geometry. These are the old nourishments of the traditional life, and this is in parallel with our way of life or our understanding. So but now they are not nourishing our lives. So the attitude of the madrasa in Turkey, for example, if you go to madrasa, you go in this madrasa, you study this archaic, this old information, astronomy, medicine, etc. So the first attitude rejected this offer. The second one said that I will, we froze this offer. And now, what is your offer? We don't have any offer. What about the third attitude? We call this the renovation, and it said that this is like a spectrum. Muhammed Abdu can be included. Elmalılı Muhammed Abdu Yazır can be there. It's like the breeder. Rashid Rıza, Mehmet Akif Ersoy can be in this area. So with different tones of colors, with these reclaimers, in order to follow these advancements, we don't have to be Christians. We can stick to Islamic values, but we can also have their scientific knowledge. This was important because with this understanding, they thought that you would be colonized. If you stick to Muslim values, you should be similar to each other. So we should resemble you. And with this perspective, it was a challenge. And with this new understanding, we will continue new information. I call it comprehensive definition, nourishment, and vital information. And I call this reclamation and improvement, betterment of this information. And this can be adjusted. But this attitude also was confronted with a crisis. So you cannot say that I don't need respiration. You need to breathe. The life walks side by side with nourishment. So with this, you need to have the understanding of life, viewpoint of life. So if it is like the essence, then you wear a cover, you wear a coat in order to nourish the core, the essence. So it is like the essential information, nourishing information, metaphysics, and scientific theory. So these, both of them go hand in hand. So this is the imagination of life. So for it was not possible to include all of them. And as they tried to imitate it, they couldn't see the secular underlying essence, the creative will of Allah Almighty and the establisher of society. The secular metaphysics was embedded in this nourished information, while in order to convert it, they couldn't. They have seen the dilemma between Islamic value and secular viewpoints. So that is why they had to make a decision against this dilemma, and in order to take and transfer the structure as they were not aligning with. So what would be our preference?
They ask this question: why does this not reconcile? We have to reform it. So this progress, the idea of Teraki, is very critical. Ijabat Asr is considered something mandatory. Hakem has borrowed some issues in the Muslims borrowed some things from the West, and they were taught as judges. There was a judge, and they said these things should be reformed in Islam. And this attempt of reform started from today and continued until Asr-i Saadet. And Tasawwuf tradition, Ghazali, Molla Fenari, all these superstitions, the experience in Islamic history, they were all problematic and they could not be reconciled even if they were reformed. So they have to be eliminated. So that's the main essence of reformism, the true discourse of Islam. And sometimes it was referred to as the Islam of Quran. So the Islamic perspective started talking about human rights, women's rights, democracy, rationalism, and progress because they had to take them. They said, you don't have them. No, the Muslims said, we have human rights, we have women's rights. Women's rights is represented by this and that in Islam. It's like the Muslims were in the defendant's chair. So the criteria for reforming the Islamic values was the Western values, and the Muslims put themselves in the defendant's position, and we tried to we saw acquitting ourselves as an attempt of reforming ourselves. And in the face of these values, we built an apologetic language that was trying to prove himself innocent, and this left our proposal without a root, without any origins, without a language, and the Muslims were left without a proposal because of this epistemological crisis. And we already had another crisis from the past, from the 20th century, and now we had another century in the 21st century. The end of caliphate. It's a critical issue, so people are afraid to talk about it, but we shouldn't be afraid. The elimination of the caliphate is the elimination of the divine will from the history of humanity. Otherwise, it's not just about taking the title of caliph from Sultan Abdul Majid. And that was the second trauma for Muslims. We could not survive the first trauma, and in the meantime, we had another trauma. So, throughout history, Muslims when were asked about the legitimacy of something by the politicians, they said, it's legitimate if it supports Islam. For example, in the world of Islam, we want justice means we want Sharia. So then this political class that consulted the ulema for advice, they left their positions and they were replaced by political elites who looked up to who were looking for elimination of Islamic values rather than consulting with these values. So Savad al-Azam, the Muslims were forced to live alone without the values of Islam. So 19th century was the age of doubt, and the 20th century was the age of political searching. So the Muslims started looking for emirs or rulers who would protect these Islamic values. Milli Görüş in Islam, in Pakistan, in Libya, in Tunisia, in all of these regions, all of these political movements were looking to seize power. They were looking because the Muslims were devoid of political will that would implement the Islamic principles in real life. You related this to post-colonialism. In the second half of 20th century, a new surge emerged in the Islamic regions. Intellectual surge, Islamization, decolonization, sacred sciences, traditionalists' efforts. The Muslims in Pakistan, in Malaysia, in Iran, in Saudi Arabia with King Faisal, in the US, in the UK, Muslims were organized in the regions where the Muslims were able to build political will. For example, King Faisal was not legitimizing himself on eliminating the principles of Islam. He was building his rule on these principles. In Malaysia, in Pakistan, it was the same thing. This time, people starting asking themselves, what will be our foundation when building our order? And the examples they had were the Westernists, the colonialists, and the Western knowledge, because they were first faced with an area of knowledge that negated the Islamic values through curricula, through education, the Western curriculum that negated our structure. It became more meaningful to Islamize the secular curricula of the West. And this attempt of Islamization and de-Westernization was associated with something specific. There was some knowledge in these texts. And in our minds, we have to purify this knowledge and Islamize it. It was an epistemological activity in our relationship with these texts. We can see it that way in those conditions. And my professor and Professor Alparslan, often criticized this. They take a textbook on physics or politics or cosmology written in the US and print a few lines of ayat in the first page and make it ours. It's like greenwashing of Western materials. It took them to the idea of integration of knowledge, which was defined as integration of the reason and the material. So it can be understandable. And Turkey was added to these regions, and it followed Malaysia and Indonesia. For the last 2 decades, Muslims took their legitimacy from the Islamization of these materials and build their political will on the basis of that. So Turkey has a lot to learn from that experience. But we need to analyze this experience in the light of the conditions of those times. Said Halim Pasha said this once: our vulnerability is to think what has been thought, but the true thinking is only possible when it is related with the reality. So now we need to stop borrowing the knowledge produced by the West and now start producing knowledge and achieve truth in the light of the conditions of our societies and our time. This attempt will make us more creative, more self-confident, and will help us move this scientific knowledge forward. And afterwards, my professor here and other people's efforts should be combined with these efforts as well. So I'm wrapping up. If we fail to do that, we will be faced with one thing. As we carry the burden of epistemological burdens of 19th century, we will try to build an order, and that order will not be a home that we would like to live in. And when we look back, we start asking ourselves what we have done. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Hocam çok teşekkür.
I will end the session by having the microphone, and we see the interrogation, questioning of knowledge, instead of imitating the knowledge as it was defined, because these projects should be watched, should be seen. As our Professor Butini was also here, of course, we are trying to actualize what you are saying. Due to the political fluctuations, we had a recession, but we will continue. It was resumed, but we will continue with a new institute under the auspices of the king. We will actualize what you just said. As he does not speak to the microphone, we cannot translate.
What is the place of critically understanding? What is the place of the studies aim to critically understand the history of Islamic philosophy, kalam, and tasawwuf, and also the history of Western thought and civilization in the project of integration and Islamization?
Don't see this. Yeah, in the integration of knowledge, what we see, I mean, from my personal experience, what I see is that all these studies, whether philosophy, history, also philosophy on the Western philosophy or Islamic philosophy, all of these are part of the legacy that we need to understand, that we need to know. And we Muslims, we find wisdom. I mean, Muslims are supposed to get wisdom wherever it is, right? And if there is any wisdom in these studies also, we need to study and we need to understand those approaches, methodologies. So I want to maybe underline methodologies. We need to understand those first. But before that, in order to not to be really influenced very much by this foreign thoughts, we ourselves, we need to be very well grounded in the Quranic studies, in the revelation, in understanding our own religion first. But everything else is there. I mean, it's open to study. We need to study. We need to know them. So I think it's part of, we cannot just deny that the existence of all of these studies and knowledge, but we need to find wisdom in all of that.
But understanding is not easy. Every person understands by itself, by himself. According to you, Quran means something else. According to me, means something else. I think it's a bit confusing.
Yeah, of course it is confusing to an extent that if we if we, all of us, we use our own kind of methodology, and especially if it is based on the Western secular knowledge, then it's going to be problematic. But otherwise, if we use specific methodology or approach, which shows that the Quran and Sunnah, the revelation itself, is a holistic knowledge. It provides holistic knowledge. It is interconnected. Today, in our modern language, we can call it dynamic systems approach. So that's the, I think, what we can use. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Değerli dostlar, değerli misafirler.
Distinguished guests, holistic approach is sine qua non for us. So with our interaction of knowledge, we will be able to better understand the epistemological characteristic of knowledge, and we will be able to better understand the Quran and Sunnah. So it is really important to adopt holistic approach. For a long time, I would like to thank you for your efforts, for your contribution to this field, for your publications and your academic contributions. I wholeheartedly thank you. And during our university years, when we see the name of our scholar, we think him. We think Mr. Alparslan Açıkgenç as someone opening our horizons. So it was a privilege and honor for me to sit together with you, with your nourishing knowledge, with all the information and vital characteristic of nourishing knowledge. And with this gathering, with this, I was able to breathe, and I was able to nourish myself, not only academically, but also spiritually. So, Mr. Idris, Mr. Alparslan, professors of professors, scholar of scholars. So, with your dynamic energy, with your breakthroughs, with your knowledge, I would like to thank all of our speakers, all of our scholars, professors. We were inspired, and we will see the days that our students will also be inspired by our works, by our contributions. Thank you so much. I wish you a pleasant evening. Dear guests, now we are going to present gifts to our professors. Now I would like to invite Mr. Abdullah Zela Cengiz to the floor to present the gifts to